sitting pretty at the top, and we're going to be seeing some of the other teams also being consistent. As you can tell, in second place with 52 points, it's GOAT. Enigma Galaxy, though, that was one team that ended up showing up.
They really did. I mean, we had a lot of conversations about this, Max, right? Because Enigma Galaxy, this is a big name. We've seen them do big things before, but coming into this, we're like, are they going to be able to do it again after a kind of a rough run the last few months?
Yeah, and usually when I'm told, what do you think about Enigma Galaxy? I'm like, I'm not a fan of how they rotate around the map and such. Like, really, this event, day one, they shut me up, okay? I used to be one of the biggest, like, critiques of Ralph and his gelling style. But these 2-2 splits we've seen throughout the entire tournament have been, well, entire tournament, 6 games so far, but very impressive stuff, especially on Erangel. If they maintain this kind of composure and momentum, I think a spot in the top 5 is definitely possible for them to maintain until the end of today.
And that's one thing that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. As I said earlier, top 5 will be moving on directly to the finals. And if we were to compare, as we're here on the second page now, if we were to compare 5 to 6, which OG is currently in 6, they're only separated by just 2 points, which can change in a matter of the first game. That is going to be so tight towards the end of the day, and also towards the bottom of the 3. We heard it too. X-Force needs to do something, and I got a chance to talk to the players, and they were saying that they're currently just having bad communications. Not the time to have that right now, X-Force.
No, it's really not. I have such high hopes still for X-Force here, 7. I do think that if they can bounce back today, we could see a massive, massive difference, and maybe even getting out of the out of the bottom 3, rather.
What's something that you would like to see X-Force do?
More proactivity, not aggression, proactivity. I want to see them do more and think and plan ahead a little bit more than they are doing right now.
Fair enough. I would like to see that too out of them. But now it's time we move on to the Sony story of the day, because it was those 2 teams that were trying to dominate. But who will dominate today? Is it going to be 4 Thrives? Is it going to be GOAT? Because 4 Thrives, yesterday they finished in the first place, and this squad did it, Max, without, actually, no, this squad did it without getting a win.
No win at all. And this is kind of classic for 4 Thrives. And something I really like seeing from a control team. This is the kind of thing that is indicative of a control team. But, looking at the head-to-head here, 4 Thrives versus GOAT, it's such an interesting thing. Yes, you can see the stats on screen here, but I want to also mention here that these rotations are also really, really interesting when you think about these 2 teams side by side, right? Both of them do wraparound rotations. They will take a different entry point to where they are in the circle or outside of the circle to make sure they get that good entry point. They also avoid teams in that early to mid phase. However, the difference comes with their splits, right? 4 Thrives like a really structured 1-3, 2-2, very, very disciplined. GOAT, on the other hand here, Max, they like to spread out. They are a little bit looser with what they're doing.
I really like what we've seen from GOAT team, but they're very do or die going into these games, right? Or you get yourself a massive chicken dinner, you get all those placement points, everything for yourself. Really good times for them. But otherwise, if you look at the games where they don't get chicken dinners, no placement points, very low eliminations, they're very topsy-turvy, very inconsistent, which can make up for your bad performances. But GOAT team is a team that I want to see how their bad games are going to go. Not their wins, because you clearly know, right, that they can get chicken dinners. They got 2 actually on day 1, but your bad games get 3, 4, 5 points. That will definitely keep you consistently at the top of these rankings.
And it's something to keep an eye on, because all the placement points have come from those wins that they were able to get yesterday. Nothing outside of those wins. And with when you're talking about 4 Thrives, you got to talk about 2 players from 4 Thrives, as we're going to be taking a look at the top 5 players of day 1. And in first place is none other than Husaifa, who's currently leading the MVP race for Group A. This man was able to put up 14 eliminations and 3,300 damage. And guess who he's followed by, Max? None other than Falak.
Oh, the man with the golden hand. He's back in second place. It's good to see some 4 Thrives Pakistani domination here at PMWC. And you know what? Noki, I do miss Noki at times. But then you see Husaifa put up numbers like that, you're like, Noki's really good as a content creator.
I don't miss Noki.
But no, really good setup here overall. And also, if you go a little bit lower on the rankings, it's good to see a Chinese player up there, right? You got Flower H, and ever since really we didn't see Weibo make it with Order, and so it was like, are we going to get any presence from China at the top? All gamers putting up big numbers, but not just Flower H, Niptura, also Maple.
Yeah, Maple has been incredible. I love watching him play. Very excited to see what he has for us today, 7.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Maple's going to be able to put up those numbers. One player that we actually got a chance to see there, as well as we're seeing right now on the screen, was Coops. Coops ended up showing up here for them, Natura.
Yes, he did. It was so nice to see that comeback from Coops that we've been waiting for forever, it feels like. And he's just really great addition to the team. We've been talking about Enigma Galaxy a little bit, but it feels like the team is just finally melded with him back on the squad here. So very, very fun to see that and how that evolves today.
Yeah, for them, it has to be that synergy that we were able to spot yesterday.
Yeah.
Remember, one fight that just stands out for me, and we even got a chance to talk about it with Coops, was when they were fighting with Lord. The synergy that they were having, one was throwing an A, one was pushing as well. That's what you want to see out of that squad that wants to be in the top 5.
That is an S-tier push right there. Going onto the side of Ulf, you're on the cliff side. You're making sure with that 2-2 split, you're not getting pushed by GOAT teams. You're just making everything. You put all your eggs in separate baskets. I love that play from that squad. And I just hope we see a similar level of play today because Enigma Galaxy, finally, they're back on the map, 7. It is so nice to see.
I'm happy to see it, especially when they were getting that second place, third place in globals. Maybe in this one, with the way they're performing, they're going to be pushing for that first place and finally break out of that second or third. But one team that we've been keeping a close eye on is none other than OG. We've been wanting them to be aggressive, and they were able to showcase it here perfectly.
I want you guys to check out this clip because right now what we wanted to see from Orangutan is confidence, willingness to be aggressive. Here, they get the knock right onto a play of Enigma Galaxy, and really they're surrounded. There's Ulf, there's Aurora in the distance. They don't have any option when they have their heels up against the wall. That is when they decide to get aggressive, and we love to see it because here they get together, they get all fully focused on Enigma Galaxy, wrapping around the corner, and they just fully send it, fully committing to the engage, and they eliminate Enigma Galaxy like it was nothing.
Yeah.
It was literally the best fight we've ever seen from an Indian team globally in years, it feels like. I want to see more of this. Please, Orangutan, this was fantastic.
It was so nice. I mean, yes.
I got very involved there, sorry.
I love it. I love it. I love the passion behind
yes,
it.
we need that passion here. No, I really agree. I want to see a little bit more from Orangutan, just like that. Seven Fury as well. I have kind of the same point to say about both of these teams, right? Is we're seeing very short, direct rotations. Going back to that rotational angle here is I want to see more proactivity from them in general because I feel like they're kind of holding back and like if we can survive to the late stage, then we're actually going to be able to do something and play more. And I'm like, no, you got to wrap around those rotations. You got to find those third-party opportunities. That's really where you want to be going into the next 6 games.
And that's one thing with Furia that we want to see of. We want to see that aggressiveness that we usually tend to see out of the Brazilian squads. And more than likely, we're going to end up seeing it today. And the thing, too, to keep in mind is if you're outside of the top 5 and you're not even close to the bottom 3, you got absolutely nothing to lose to fully send it to just try to make it to the top 5. It's either going to happen or not. And I know Kalari's got a chance to talk to the Furia coach.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for day number 2 of the group stage here at EWC 26. I've got Knight with me from Furia to talk about a few things from the games from yesterday, because we've got big expectations of Furia. I think you got a little bit unlucky with some of those circles as a whole and stuff like that. So can you talk to me about the team's outlook on what happened yesterday and the games in general?
I think we didn't have, we started well. We got 9 kills in the first game.
True.
But in the other 5 games, we couldn't actually develop our game like we were supposed to do. So I kind of felt that we were a little bit in different pace. So that was the main idea behind this today, bringing them all together. And also the fact that we were not used in the past 5 months to be in a bad position in the table. So this was kind of a new thing for us.
Yeah.
Because you were always qualified straight to the finals or in a top 3, 4, and find yourselves in bottom 15 or something like this. We were kind of, dude, what is going on?
Yeah.
And this make you feel a little bit outside of your comfort zone. But was good that happened the first day because now we can take a deep breath, know that we just can go forward, not back anymore.
That's fair. So let's be a bit more specific then, right? The Erangel game, I thought that you guys, in the field Erangel game, you guys had a 2-2 split, which technically could be quite good, but you held it for a long time, and then obviously kind of got punished off the back of that. But what do you think about that game? Did you think the 2-2 split was too long? What's your perspective?
I think the idea was actually good because we would provide cover for each other.
Yeah.
The main problem was that Flash, they had so many space for them in the north side of the map. No one was putting pressure on them. So they ended up having the whole east side of the map.
Yeah.
So since no one is applying pressure on them, we were a little bit exposed for them pushing us because they had one guy over the check in our right side. So the other two guys couldn't help the other two guys, so we were kind of splitted. But if there was any team like Nigma was applying a little bit of pressure on them, it would be like a perfect split. This happens.
It happens. It happens. I think you're right. I think Flash had so much room to work with, so that really benefited them. And finally, the Miramar, Los Leones. Obviously, a bit of a hard time with Los Leones. I mean, for a lot of teams, right? It's always going to be difficult in an urban ending like that. You guys had a split across the warehouses outside Los Leones and inside Los Leones, which I think is smart if it shifts away, but then you kind of had a bit of a dysfunction at the junction, as it were. So talk to me about that.
So I think actually the idea wasn't to have this split, because the main problem was like we had an idea of getting like the building the exit of Los Leones, but like 4T got ahead of us, so we had to do a quick like change of position, and the last two guys were outside of the position to go inside Los Leones, so they have to cut through the open field, and we eventually lost Silence there. Those cuts, and then Ayala, like I think almost lost his car, so he were unable to get back with the other three players. So we ended up all splitting in the map, and like it wasn't supposed to happen. But it happened, right? So we can just like we did the VODs to prepare for like if something goes like we weren't expecting to have like a backup plan. So let's regroup in another position. Let's find something a little bit there and be together as a team, right?
Fantastic. Big fight back for today.
I think like we are more than capable of bouncing back. We have a very skillful team, and only depends of like if we apply our game, the game that we're practicing, we definitely can be in the top 5 today.
Knight, amazing as always. Thank you very much here, and good luck for today.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue for our day 2 of the PMWC group stage. Today, 5 teams will secure their spots into the finals.
They've had a taste of what it's like to compete on the Gadia City grid, but now it's time for Group A to show up or be shown the door.
And Barney, the standing can change very quickly, but one thing remains the same. Every team wants to avoid these bottom 3 at all costs.
Just 6 more maps will decide your fate, and if you weren't feeling the pressure yesterday, you're certainly going to be feeling it today, because keys are going to be crushed. And so it's time to close out Group A with a bang, starting with Furia!
Geek Esports!
Team Flash!
Go Team!
AGAL!
Thundertalk Gaming!
X-Force Rejects!
Kiwum Derricks!
Nigma Galaxy!
4 Tribes Esports!
Orangutan!
Gaming Stars!
Aurora Aurora Gaming.
Al Hula Club Esports.
Team RRQ.
And finally, Ulf Esports. We've reached the moment where every decision counts. Our players are ready to give it everything they've got and prove they belong at the top.
5 teams watch and wait from the finals lobby. 8 fight for survival and 3 are sent packing. It's time for day 2 of the PMWC group stage at EWC 2026. "32 teams from all over the world prepare for battle on the Gadia City grid over the next 4 days. Players from all corners of the world looking to make their mark and laser focused on the title of PMWC champion. GK Esports,
AGL, Team Flash,
Goat Team, Thunder Talk Gaming, Kiwoo DRX,
Team RQ, Aurora Gaming.
This is the beginning of a lengthy journey to find the most talented team in the world.
Maple's got one of his own. Good shot on it. Could be blind. That's it's all.
He gets one. Can he do the drop down? Can he hit the shots? DK Sachi.
He's got them on a broadside. Oh, insult to injury. Take down the down player first. But it is a duo chicken dinner. Not quite connecting. The shotgun is ringing out over the bonnet. Nearly doing the work, but the explosion takes it down instead.
Gotta hit the shots with the shots all up the rim. Killer Joe gets it done.
His days should be numbered. Wow. And he gives him a reason to remember the name as well. Ragnarok's time as well and truly passed. There's the shot over onto Aurora. OG, bring it on home with the last chicken dinner in the day, Paris! You've been wonderful today, Paris. Give yourself a pat on the back. Man, it's insane.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for EWC 26, and I'm with Aru from Orangutan to talk about some of the games from day one of their group stage and see how they're feeling coming into day number 2. So, obviously, you guys got yourself a win on Miramar. You were one of the latest teams coming to Miramar, actually. So, is that part of the strategy for you guys when it comes to urban endings, as well as what were your concerns towards the late game of that game?
Not really a strategy, because we intend to play dynamic as per the situations, and particularly talking about that game, it took us quite a while to collect our vehicles, so it got us a little late. So that was the first factor, and the second factor was that team landing in Power Grid, I guess it's GSTR, so they were trying to maybe set up a trap around San Martin, so then we had to take a detour from our original planned path. So but yeah, we have prepared ourselves to play early and late as well, so it just worked out for us.
Perfect answer. Wow, okay, that's some great insight. Thank you. Let's go back to game 1, because it's a bit of a different shift. Obviously, it's the first game on the stage, etc. It's the Rondo game. You guys have got a good compound. You're playing a bit passively here and there. What were your concerns? I saw that Geek was keeping close eyes on you in that Rondo game, and you eventually got second place.
Well, the first factor that led us to, playing a little passive or saying holding back was that we got an early casualty of my teammate Atanki. And the second one was our vehicles didn't have a lot of fuel, so it was hard to drive around and take info of our surrounding teams to actually see what's going on, if there are any third-party opportunities. And also, yeah, we had a good position, but the thing was that it was on the back we had high ground, and on the front we had a complete low ground. So if we have gone either of the ways, the other side teams would have definitely shot at us, so it would have been difficult to come back to our initial position. So I was also not so satisfied with that game, because having Rondo and only 2 elimination points is not how we play, and not everyone plays, because Rondo gives you a lot of opportunities to take fights, maybe take free eliminations of the teams, and especially when you are at a good position. So yeah, it was also a little dissatisfied for me, but yeah, it was a good start, so we didn't have to get into the second game with high pressure on us.
Fair. And overall, yesterday, how does the team look at it? Do they see it as a success here so far? And are there any adaptations coming in today too?
Not really success, but the last match really helped us to start our day 2 with a good base. So it's not like we are very far behind from top 5. So coming to day 2, we are just going to plan going game by game. We are just not really focused on the position we are at on the points table. We are just going to focus on our games and the things that we can do better, and trying to not repeat the mistakes that we have done in the past.
Aru, thank you very much. Amazing interview, and good luck for day number 2. with the not so cool jacket here. I'm out impressed.
Yeah, you've been done, mate.
I've been done. And I do actually preface this a bit with the fact that when I was talking to Aru, that was before the day actually started. So I didn't get actually a chance to talk to him about the win for today because it hadn't happened yet. But it really has shown with that victory that they got here on Rondo, a second place in the day one, a first place now here, and also a first place in Miramar, that Orangutan is looking really dynamic on all these maps and really able to adapt to the changes that Rondo potentially brings.
Yeah, they're coming out giving it absolute chutzpah on the gameplay, which is what you need, mate. You know, we're about 6 or 7 games into the event now, James, so you got to really give it your best, much unlike that little bit I worked in.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. I'll be honest, I really wasn't expecting that.
No.
But on the opposite side of things as well, right, when we look at how all these teams are kind of using utility at the moment, it's going from strength to strength to strength. We've seen some real pinpoint precision, multi-nade plays. KRX was fantastic yesterday over on Erangel, just timing those kinds of plays out perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's actually something we were both agreeing on, right? Day one, we were talking about historically how sometimes there's been a lot to be desired with professional level PUBG Mobile on hitting those keynotes with utility usage to really make the most out of it, because it's pivotal late game and it can be the difference of a chicken dinner or not. This event, in terms of engagements and closing fights with at least offensive utility, I think that's been drastically better. We're still seeing some gaps maybe in tactical play. We're talking flashes, right? Some of the smoke plays left a little bit of room to expand, James. But for opening and closing down elims, it's been way better at clearing compounds.
I think the one thing that has really stood out on Rondo more than anywhere actually is the deployable cover flares actually.
Yeah.
Some teams have been using a lot early that I think they could benefit from just saving a little bit towards the later stages of the game, because deployable cover flares, it's one of the most powerful things that was ever added to the game, and if you can keep those into the really late game, that's even more powerful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, effectively at this level as well, right? It's not even as much necessarily you being as cutthroat to get those elims. It's just not leaving yourself exposed to be taken down.
True.
So if you can actually play around that, build yourself into a better position to cover late game, saves you bacon. We were pulling some of our hairs out. It's why we looked like this when we were sat there with the early drops, mate.
Oh, I'm getting old. I'm not sure.
You're never really sure. Just to work it in as well, whilst we're talking about the adaptation of play styles,
yes.
GOAT obviously on Rondo, they look far more... It's all right to talk about GOAT. Can I do it again, James?
I was like, yeah, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it when it was going to go on. Okay, you're allowed to talk about
I'm
GOAT
allowed to talk about GOAT. Well, I guess I'll gloat on that one, James. Call that a baby GOAT. That's calf wordplay. But anyway, GOAT team do come out far faster on Rondo. They play with aggression and they look sick with it. That's exciting because in their regular flow of battlegrounds, they're late rotators. They don't want to take those early fights if they can avoid it, because they ramp up late game and look way better when they're fully suited and booted, James. Here, they do prove they can play both play styles.
Do you think they can hold on to a top 5?
I'd hope so. I think they're a dark horse for the event, but said this day
The whole
one.
event?
Yeah, dark horse, mate.
Oh, hey, that's an exciting potential here, because they're not really one of the teams that a lot of people are kind of including in that top 5.
No.
You got other teams like Flash that managed to get themselves to the end of this late game again. And actually, I was curious about Flash because I looked back at their games yesterday. I think if Flash was to do what they did yesterday compared to all the other days coming up, I think they wouldn't even make finals with what they showed yesterday. But at least now they've already kind of righted that ship a little bit in this Rondo game to get to that second place, right?
Yeah, I think, look, there still is well enough time. Well, I say that, 5 games left to go for some of these teams, so there's a little bit of time. Nearly did it yourself there, James. I've rotted his brain immediately. Yeah. But yeah, I think you can correct the ship, but obviously coming in early into game 1, having that bit of an awakening. I think for a lot of these sides, you imagine getting back to the hotel last night, you're unpacking the bag, not looking at really things you can celebrate, more issues you can fix, and just unpack that bag, mate, get it sorted.
Yeah, I mean, the win that they got yesterday, Flash, on the Erangel game where where you had Furia with a 2-2 split. I spoke to Enigma Galaxy as well. They were misreading the situation a little bit, but Flash had so much room on that east side to then be able to move into that field and hold that down. That's what was the key to victory for them, to get those points on the board. I had my concerns. I'm glad that they dispelled them here today, because again, they're a big name to try and kind of go further in this tournament. But anyway, thank you very much, Jackie. It is now time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game here at PMWC. That's me. Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Yes, I am with Top Z from Flash after these two games, because I really wanted to talk to them about a very unusual circumstances that have been happening. But first, let's start with day number one and the results there. It was kind of mixed results here and there, but then you got the first place on the Erangel yesterday. So talk to me about the team's approach to yesterday. Are you happy with those results from yesterday? What did you think overall?
Ngày hôm qua á, thì mình đã làm khá là tốt và đang đứng ở một cái vị trí thứ nhất ở cái map là Erangel á, thì mình cảm thấy là cái màn trình diễn của mình ngày hôm qua nó như thế nào, mình có hài lòng với kết quả ngày hôm qua không?
Đối với em thì ngày hôm qua bọn em thật sự là chưa làm tốt.
In my opinion, yesterday, to be honest, we haven't done a very good job on the maps, I would say.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And coming into day two, you got a second place on the Rondo after holding on the east side, and then that was against Orangutan. And then game two happens today, and then Orangutan hits you guys on Erangel as well. So what's your thoughts about that, and do you want maybe some revenge on Orangutan after all that?
Với ngày hôm nay á, thì mình đã đứng ở top 2 ở cái trận đấu đầu tiên á, và sau đó thì mình lại bị đối thủ là Orangutan á, đã ném bom trúng cho mình á, và hạ gục mình. Thì ở trận thứ hai thì mình cảm thấy như thế nào, liệu rằng mình có muốn trả thù đối thủ của mình hay không?
Sau trận 2 thì bọn em cũng rút được kinh nghiệm nhiều hơn, vì trận đó cũng khá là không có may mắn, nên mấy trận sau bọn em sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao nhất.
On the second maps, I would say we were pretty luckier than the first maps, and we also like have our own experiences based on the first map. So we did a good job on the second one, and I think like based on that result, we will keep continue, like pushing harder for the next round.
Okay, thank you very much, Top Z here. Good luck with the next games, and that does it for us here down on the stage.
Jackie Powers here, live from PMWC at EWC 26. I'm meant to be working with John Allen today, but I don't actually know where he is. He had a bit too much coffee before the show. Let's see if we can find him and tire him out. Well, John's got quite a lot of energy, I think, still. Well, it seems like John has finally tired himself out after a very busy day of activities. But here at EWC 26, PMWC is just kicking off for another day of games. Don't miss it, as it's going to be explosive. There's only one rule: just don't wake John.
Right you are, Seven. I've got the defending champions of PMWC joining me on the main stage here. I've got Yangon Galacticos. Smile, let's have a quick chat. You know, cast your mind back to PMWC last year. You guys managed to secure the championship. The way that you did that was by consistently putting up placement points. You didn't play too aggressive, you just played your game. Now we've had an entire year since then, and you're going to be joining the group stage tomorrow. Has the strategy changed? What's the plan coming into this year's PMWC?
Especially for the strategy, I don't want to use wine or rugby too much, but we will prepare for every possible situation, every scenario that, including the we experience in 2025, any new situation that might happen. Also, we don't rely on the same strategy because this is PUBG. Yeah.
Okay. Keeping the cards close to your chest. I like to hear that. Now, let's talk a little bit about what you're wearing. This is very, very cool, Mo. Your Yangon Galacticos skin has just released in-game a few days ago. It's traditional Myanmar dress, if I'm not mistaken. Please tell us how it feels to have this kind of representation in-game.
I mean, I'm so proud to be here representing Myanmar and wearing Myanmar culture clothes on the international stage. And also that is so meaningful for our fans and Myanmar people to be like a Myanmar traditional clothes on the international stage.
And if you could say anything to your fans who are watching and preparing themselves for you guys to step out onto the stage tomorrow and compete, what would you like to say to them?
I mean, cheer for us.
Cheer for them, that's what they say. Now, for those of you at home, if you want to get your hands on this incredible skin in-game, just go over to the PMWC event in-game, okay? Now, redeem with perk vouchers, and once you've done that, you'll be able to get your hands on the Yangon Galacticos Champion Outfit Ancient Charm Set. Yangon Galacticos, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I'm going to shake all your hands, boys. Thank you so much. The gloves are really cool as well. And with that being said, let's head back over to the casters to continue day 2 of the group stage.
third place. Close enough to see the trophy, but never close enough to lift it. For Aurora Gaming, the road to the Esports World Cup is about more than qualification. It is about finishing the story this roster started last year. At 2025 PMWC, they established themselves as one of the most mechanically gifted teams in PUBG Mobile. Their aggression was fearless, and one knock could quickly become a complete squad wipe. Doc, Top, Zeol, and Refus could all take over a fight, but at times, they looked more like a group of incredible individuals than one fully connected team. Doc was named MVP, but they still finished third.
За бидрийг одоо төрүүлэхэд зогсцоосон зүйл нь гэвэл үгүй миний хувьд бол яг тэр үеийн яг сэтгэл зүй жоохон нэг тийм байсан болоо тэгээд ер нь зоонч тэр rotationч тэр ер нь тийм болоог баха.
Then came PMGC, another huge international performance, another MVP level showing, and another third place finish. Two of the biggest tournaments in the world, 2 podiums, but still no trophy.
За өнгөрсөн жилийн үеийн бол бас 2 том тэмцээнд 3 дугаар байранд орсон. Тэгээд энэ жил одоо тэгээд чадхаараа чэндэ.
Now, they return under Aurora Gaming with a new organization, the same firepower, and another opportunity to finally win. The question has never been whether they have enough talent. Their MVP titles have already proved that. The real question is whether multiple stars can now play as one complete championship team. Their qualification run showed promising signs. Aurora still played aggressively, but their rotations looked more controlled. Their pushes had more support, and the team appeared more connected. That growing coordination was on full display in the final match.
Oh, the name of Refus, the 1v4 from a range!
They wiped out the last team and won the EECA finals by the smash rule with 145 points and finished first in the regional qualification ranking.
That will be the tournament going their way. They've done it. Aurora are your champions.
За өнгөрсөн жилээс энэ жил нь ондоо зүйл гэвэл одоо манай багийн хувьд ер нь сэтгэл зүй өөр амьсгал багийн тоглолт ер нь нэлээ өөрчлөгдсөн. Одоо яагаад гэвэл өмнө жил одоо 2 том тэмцээнд 3 дугаар байранд орсон болохоор одоо жишээ нь авраг авахаас одоо нөө хой суугдсан алдаануудаа ер нь тэгээд бүгд засч орж ирсэн. Тэгээс авраг авахын төлөө ер нь чадхаараа хичээнэ.
The MVP awards are already there. The international podiums are already there. Only one thing is missing, the championship. Aurora Gaming arrive at PMWC 2026 as the uncrowned kings of PUBG Mobile, ready to break the third place curse and finally become global champions.
Jangan diadu, Chef. Jangan sampai kedok, Chef.
Dia bisa mati zona ya?
Gue main dalam smoke ya? Iya. Gue ambil kanannya, gue ambil smoke-nya, gue ambil smoke.
Ambil get. Udah di batu kanan, batu kanan deh.
Oke, dia di batu.
Tanda, Sep.
Nice. Gitu deh kayak dari tadi. Jangan adu, Chef. Jangan.
help you. This cost you some sugar. Why?
我下我定点。别急别急，
头顶一个和右手一个，
可以控可以控可以控，我能过来我能过来。
右手倒，最后一个，我右手倒，
重新追一个，不用急不用急，他没圈，他要4圈。
干了，过家了，
我来。
nice。
Yes, we do. I've got Quick here from Alola Club Esports here for a very quick interview before we go into our final 2 games here on the Kadir City Grid. Sandstorm, thank you so much for joining us as well to help translate. Quick, let's talk about what the issues have been so far over the last 2 days, or the points of contention. What's been stopping you guys from gaining momentum over the past few days?
اول شيء شكرا على تواجدك معنا كويك، وحابب اسالك بخصوص الاداء خلال اليوم الثاني. احكي لنا ايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟ يعني بين انه مو عندكم مثلا اي نقص بالامكانيات او القدره، لكن يعني في عندكم مثلا نقص من ناحيه الفرص انكم تبنوا عزم في المباراه، فايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟
والله المشاكل يعني ما عندنا مشاكل انه استراتيجيه وجن سكيل، عندنا يعني كل شيء موجود، بس عندنا انه نحتاج ندخل بالجو، وجاي ندخل بالجو، وان شاء الله الجيمين الباقيه انه راح نهدي اداء ونتاهل.
I want to say it's not that we have an issue when it comes to our tactics, our strategies. We just need to get into the flow of things. And with 2 games left, we're hoping to be able to get into it and get it done within the next games.
I mean, speaking of getting into the flow, even that last map on Erangel, sorry, you guys appear to have better flow, better pacing. You coming down through the north side of Circle, obviously it pulled away from you guys. You took out Furia, everything seemed to be good. And then the pacing slowed down. What happened?
هلا بخصوص المباراة الماضية كان مبين انه في عندكم يعني بوش قوي من المنطقة الشمالية، قدرتوا تشيلوا فريق فيوريا، كانت سرعتكم كويسة، لكن بعدين بطأتوا وتم اقصائكم بالزون. فايش كانت المشكلة وقتها؟ هل مثلا كانت روتيشن بطيئة، ولا ايش المشكلة اللي مريتوا فيها في الجيم الماضي اللي تم اقصائكم من وراها؟
اخذنا قرار نشيل RRQ. بعدين دخل علينا تيم فيوريا وقتلناهم، بس اول ما خلص الفايت انه ما عندنا وقت نجمع انفو ندخل على الزون. رحنا يمين شفنا كوتيم ضغط علينا، رحنا بوجهنا لقينا تيم، رحنا يسار تيم لازم علينا ومتنا من كثر الضغط علينا بالسيارات.
After we were able to make the push and take down Furia, we tried to rotate in multiple different positions, but every direction we took, there was always another squad waiting for us. So, yeah, the fighting did benefit us, but it was a little bit late towards the end. So, yeah, it became just too difficult for us to actually find a place that was open and wasn't occupied.
Yeah, I mean, going into these final 2 games now, it's kind of crunch time, isn't it? You're in that bubble of potentially going into the bottom 3. You're currently out of it. Are you going to be able to stay out of that bottom 3 spot? And how are you guys feeling? Are you feeling positive for these next 2 games?
هلا بقى عندكم اخر مباراتين، اخر فرصتين عشان تقدروا تتاهلوا وتكونوا موجودين ضمن حاجز التاهل للسرفايفل ستيج. فاحكي لنا على كيف احساس الفريق، كيف شعورهم، وهل جاهزين وهل عندهم الامكانيه انهم يضلهم متواجدين ومتاهلين للمرحله الجايه من البطوله.
شعورنا دائما انه نحو الافضل، انه ايجابيه وما عندنا اي سلبيه، انه احنا نقدر راح نتاهل بس عندنا مشاكل نريد نحلها، وها هي ما يعني متاهلين الثقة موجودة، الحماس موجود، كل شيء موجود.
I want to say as long as we are in the right mentality and we have the right state, we're in the right state of mind, we can accomplish what we want to, and hopefully within these last 2 games, like I said before, we'll get into the flow of it, and we believe that we have the ability to qualify, and we'll prove it in the last 2 games.
I like that, a bit of positivity. Thank you so much, Quick, for joining me in this interview. Sandstorm, you're a legend. Thank you so much. We have another interview here on the Gdynia City Grid before we throw it over to the studio, so let's go over to that one.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Barney. I am with Aaron, one of the superstars, the young superstar from Ulf here, to talk about some of the games that have gone on so far here for them. And my question to you guys is, obviously, it's been a bit of an up and down results so far from you guys. What do you think about the overall games from today as well as your performance?
Bugünkü maçlarda yine iyi performanslarınız da oldu, kötü performanslarınız da oldu. Genel olarak bugünü biraz değerlendirebilir misin?
Bugün çok iyi de oynamadık, çok kötü de oynamadık. Ortalama puan çektik bence. Çok hatamız var. Onlardan ders çıkarıp son 2 maç inşallah iyi puan çekeceğiz.
As you said, we had ups and downs today as well. But we know our mistakes and we hope to learn our lessons from that and finish on the top in those last 2 games.
So let's talk about that then a little bit. Obviously, a lot of top 4s from you guys so far, but no wins, no chicken dinners just yet. But we're used to knowing that Ulf is always a contender for number 1 and always able to get them chicken dinners on the board. So will there be any adaptations in these next 2 games, or what are you expecting?
Henüz bir win almadınız ama Ulf'u biliyoruz, her zaman 1. sıraya zorlayan bir takım. Top 4'de de çok oynadınız ama hiçbir win gelmedi. Bu son oyunlarda stratejinizde herhangi bir değişiklik olacak mı?
Yani bir değişikliğimiz olmayacak, aynı oyunumuza devam edeceğiz. Sadece hatalarımızı telafi etmeye çalışacağız.
We will only keep playing our own game and we will try to learn our lessons from the mistakes that we made.
All right, fair. Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us here. That is us done for here down on the stage. Time to head back into the games here for more PMWC.
you all some more updates while we've got them, because we swung by the Allianz Vault. We grabbed Trav to give us a little bit of some insight into what's been going on, because you guys are already 3 days into your group stage, so break it all down for us.
Yeah, as you say, we're in day 3 at the moment, which means the brackets have kind of reset, the groups are back to the start, and the players are on the same standing again.
Okay.
But the same can't be said for some of the clubs. Team Falcons coming into day 3 of competition with 3 players left alive. They came in with 4, so lost 1 along the way. But other than that, the biggest competition, you're looking at Twisted Minds.
Sure.
Arslan Ash has pretty much done everything you can in this game. So he's just 1 EWC win away from being the GOAT, and that is just a crazy statement.
That's huge.
But over, obviously, we see AGL competing across quite a few stages this week. Zubair is one of the favorites to take this competition now.
Ooh.
He beat the favorite in his group. So he's kind of taken that pole position at the moment, and I'm really liking AGL to go far here.
That could be massive.
Exactly. And like, obviously in the position they're in on the club championship leaderboard as well, a couple of big wins, they'll be leapfrogging above the rest. Vitality, however, haven't had the best couple of weeks, to be honest with you. They've put all their faith in one player, Jean Ding. So it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get it done. He's been looking kind of hit or miss so far, but obviously with it refreshing and being now in the similar standing, he might have a chance.
So this could be really interesting when it comes to our club championship standings. Obviously, like you mentioned, we've got AGAL in 3 out of the 4 stages this week. One of the teams we're paying attention to in PUBG Mobile, you mentioned Vitality. We've got them. We're going to see them tomorrow kind of to kick things off for their group as well. So lots of these clubs could get some massive points this week, kind of shake up the overall leaderboard, because so many clubs are chasing Falcons right now at the tippy top of it. So still lots of action left in store for all of you at home. And of course, when we have some winners, some more points on the board, or some big changes, we'll make sure we're keeping you updated on all of it.
That is very correct. We got Miramar on the way, and we want to talk a little bit about that. I've got Hot Jukes with me to talk about it all and how it's going to go down. Obviously, with only 2 games remaining here, Jukes, some of those teams on the bubble, they've got to make moves on one bubble or another.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what it's all about here. It's top 5 or bottom 3. That's where our eyes are locked because everybody in between is going to that survival stage. But you're right, we're going into the desert, baby. The last 2 matches, and that is where you got to clutch it up. One team I got to talk about right off the rip is Go Team, right? They won the second to last Miramar yesterday. The one thing, though, was that they landed in that El Azahar area. Both circles in both matches ended up going down to that Los Leones region. So I think that was advantageous for them here, but the zone could go anywhere here. Can they repeat that? They're going to need to because you know Enigma Galaxy is going to come from.
I think they did such a good job west side of Impala to be able to have which compound that they did and then be able to rotate south on that. So that was very, very impressive. On the other side of the bubble, though, I want to talk about GK just a little bit, right? Because they started off the entire tournament for their group stage so far with a win, and since then it's slipping here, slipping there, and I would like to see GK do a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that regard?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was really demoralizing for them in just that other match where it was down in military base. They had such a great position, and they were not able to put any shots on the team flash at all.
Yeah.
They took it and won the game from that spot. So it's all about, you have to adapt, right? You're at the biggest stage ever. You're live here in Paris. You got to be able to calm down, settle down, and make it happen no matter what.
Well, between you and Jackie, I'm never escaping the GOAT team subject here from all of this. All right, no more barring, no more barring. It's time to head over to the commentators here for the 2 last games of the day.
Fought well and with good heart for Furia. Happy to see them getting later into this one. Alola, though, the big news here is, of course, their ascendancy away from that bubble at the bottom of the tables. And with a game like that, are they not too far off top 5? I mean, it's possible if they could do it again. I feel like there is potentially something on the cards. It would be a miracle.
Hey, man, they said we could fix things in the last 2 games. That's one half already secure. Have another big performance, give us another reason to get excited. Come out here and wax lyrical with the plays that they can deliver. It could all change. It's why it's so enticing today. It's why it's so explosive. These teams know. One mistake, you could have your key crushed and your dreams going with it.
Yeah, 3 keys will be listed for destruction. By the end of today, we will have those 3 keys named and locked and loaded, ready to go. We are going to go and take a look at some of what our sponsors have to say before we come back with our final match. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
All right, popped on over to the STC Arena for our final CC update, and I managed to grab 2 people to help us talk through everything that we need to. Of course, we have Ginny, but we're also joined by Blaze. So, Blaze, let's start things off by breaking down what's going on here on your stage.
I mean, so it's absolutely insane. You know, when it comes down to the CC, you got 3 teams here that can really make a run for those club championship points. You got Falcons, 100 Thieves, and FaZe Esports. So when it comes down to those squads on your stage, they're going to be getting some help over here.
Okay, that's actually big because this is an opportunity for a couple of those teams to actually get some more points that they need, Ginny. So talk to me about the CC implications that this could have and if there are any other CC squads that might have some surprises.
Yeah, so when it comes to right now, we have 4 out of the top 8 that already qualified. So you got FaZe, you got G2, you got 100 Thieves, as well as Falcons. Very important to note, however, that G2 is not CC eligible because of the fact that they made too many roster changes after the deadline has already passed. They did knock Gentlemates into this lower bracket, and Gentlemates has competed before on COD, where they got 200 points. They competed in Valorant, where they also got 200 points, and they are yet to compete in Rocket League next week, where they have a pretty good roster. So for Gentlemates side of things, like, they have to win this lower bracket game today to even be in the top 8 and get some points. My question then for you is, how realistic is that, considering what happened yesterday with the 3-0?
I mean, it was a 3-0. It was crazy. You know, I talked to some of the players, and they felt like they were playing a God squad over there.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry, the Gentle Suits are in the building, and if I've seen anything out of that amazing group, is that they can wheel their team through some crazy series to push them into the finals.
I love that. I love that, which means that there's definitely going to be some very exciting matches coming up over the next couple of days.
Yes.
So, of course, as we know more, we'll keep all of you updated and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Genie, Glitter, and Blaze for the update with the CC, because things are getting spicy here at PMWC at EWC 26 as we're going to be heading into our final match of Group A. We will end up eliminating the bottom 3 teams. And talking about those bottom 3 teams, Lace, one team that was able to push themselves out of it from the beginning of the day, Alula, end up getting that win as well.
Yeah, I just want to obviously mention to you guys at home, they started today with 21 points in the bottom 3. Now, they've had a nice trajectory so far and being able to sort of keep themselves within that middle, but then to skyrocket to a chicken dinner. And not only that, managed to get about 10 eliminations just before the fight with Furia when they're moving their way down off that peak onto the hill, and then they were able obviously to get that. But that wasn't without some help from one of our teammates who was sitting on the top peak there. But for this team, they clearly understand that these last 2 games are incredibly important. They have had a steady run throughout this. I mean, looking at this position here, they are actually sort of moving their way down on top of GK, which I thought, oh, okay. Obviously, they weren't sort of putting out that scout to see where Furia were at that moment. Furia were able to get like a couple of knocks on them, but they were able to reset and then get that win.
I have no idea how Fury just kept getting back up. They get knocked back up, knocked back up, knocked back up, and they got really deep in that game. I did not expect them to make it actually to a top 2 finish. That is very impressive. Just highlighting how relentless Fury truly are here, representing Brazil in Paris for PMWC. But the finishing moments here, Nyasa giving it his best shot. But Lord in particular, here Niptura, oh my goodness, making it rain from this peak finish with that mini 14. He was holding on to his resources for as long as he really could, but eventually the circle had a different plan in mind.
No, he was exactly the right teammate to be up on top there, right? I think he was really, really good at sussing out exactly where everybody was. He was really good at getting those nades. Some of them went a little long, but a lot of them were right on target. I love the mini that he had as well. That was a fantastic weapon of choice to be up there. So all around, a really, 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 really good play coming in from him. Really, yes. Really.
But really. And really, Lore was able to put up good performance for Enigma Galaxy, being able to secure some extra placement points as well, putting up those, oh man, look at us, Tomash, let's go. 8 eliminations there from Lord, and the damage there as well, and this is a squad that's currently in contention for that top 5, and they were securing the top of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to do that 3-1 split. That's what they had in the mid game. 3 players down below in the thick of it, fighting all the teams. There was Alula, there was even a side of Go at one point just coming their way. But no, Lord was trying to keep his teammates safe, but he could only do so for so long, right? Eventually, teams are going to be encroaching on his 3 teammates. They get eliminated, and then Lord is alone. I like what he did because he knew he was limited in resources, right, Niptura? He was not able to really take too many shots. He just held onto those resources until the very end, where he could maybe convert that into a chicken dinner. As we know, that didn't happen. But podium, as a solo, that is huge regardless.
Huge indeed, as we're going to be taking a look at the overall. And I want you to keep in mind, top 5 go directly to the finals. Bottom 3 gets in home, and the ones in between get to go to survival. 4th thrives, still in the 1st place, but just like, actually, let's just focus on 4th all the way to 9, because 4th place with Aurora Gaming, they have been playing great today, but they just haven't been able to create such a big gap, as they only have 82 points, 4 points more than AGAL in 6th place.
No, they do. It's going to be interesting. I have noticed that Aurora have been stepping up, right? They felt that pressure a little bit. They've realized, like, oh, it's not really going our way. We got to up our game a little bit. It is working now. So they are at 82 points. Yeah, it's still going to be all down to the wire in this last game, but at least they're already there. You know, teams like Team Flash are also already there, but 2 points ahead of AGAL. GOAT team as well. Furia climbing up those ranks. They were not in 8th place a few games ago, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at the teams in the top 5, 4 thrives, they're safe. We know they're going to make it. They're going straight into your PMWC Grand Finals. Orangutan, I would say, also somewhat safe, right, going out to this one, because right now they're above the likes of Enigma Galaxy, Aurora, Team Flash. We're looking at Aurora Gaming and Team Flash in particular here. They need a big game, Lace. If they do not get that performance here, all gamers, GOAT team, Furia, you know they're going to chase them down for that top 5.
Yeah, they need to make these opportunities for themselves. And what we're seeing a lot of teams do is kind of letting just the cookie crumble how it will. These players need to start obviously creating these opportunities and making the lobby play to their way. And I must say that from that game, Furia did that. I would kind of call them like the mountain goats of PUBG, because what is with them being able to scale up a mountain, absolutely decimate in every way, which form. But it's good to see Alula here, obviously moving up with 63 points, definitely securing that place out of the bottom 3. Now, I do want to sort of touch on, I guess, a little bit more of like Thunder talk. Out of that game, this is crunch time for them. They're under pressure. And look, they had a push from Aurora in the building, and they showed no presence, Max. They just sat down there. They didn't create any space, no presence, and got absolutely rolled by Aurora.
Yeah, they have the cloak of invisibility, but no one told them to take it off right now. It's time to take it off. They're looking at this one. The point gap is 12 points between Esports Rejects and RRQ.
Yeah.
I would say you are teams in the bottom 3. You have to hot drop RRQ. I'm sorry, it is time. If you don't do it here, you're going right home right away, straight to Charles de Gaulle. And as we know, that is not where you want to be.
We usually hate to see the hot drops, but in situations like this,
do it.
You gotta take destiny into your hands. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Lace. They have to do it.
Yeah, and look, this is what I'm saying, where create your game. Make these plays to position other players into moving and having you create that space. Like, even if they were to look at, you know, players like Alula, who were in the bottom, they actually forced GK to rotate into Furia. They made that play. And these bottom teams need to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, they need to be able to do that, and they need to be careful with teams that are going to be towards the top, like none other than, who's that? Who's this? Oh, it's the best content creator for PUBG. Come up here, baby. Come up here. You know what? You don't even have to go that way. Just step over the chairs. You got this.
Hey.
Cool. That beast with 4 thrives currently in first place. Oh, put him on. Put him on. Oh, you should. I would have brought mine too. But my Naki is here, and Naki, the team is currently sitting in first place. How are you guys feeling?
Alhamdulillah, we are feeling great. We are having a great moment.
Ooh, yes, you guys are. You guys have OG currently chasing you for that first place. Whoever gets first place gets to crush some keys. But how are you enjoying Paris so far?
Paris has been really great for us. The weather here is so beautiful. The city is so beautiful. We are really excited to visit the sites.
You're really excited to hopefully end up lifting that trophy. Max, you got any questions for Naki?
What do you think of French people like myself? The locals.
Bonjour, bonjour.
That definitely answers my question. Thank you very much.
That is a great one. From what you guys have seen, going back to the game, from what you guys have seen so far out of day 1 and day 2 here, has there been anything that ended up surprising the squad?
OG has definitely been a surprise for us. Like, they're playing really good. Their decisions, I haven't really looked at them that much, but their decisions are really good.
Yeah, their decisions have definitely been good. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can experience the PUBG Mobile fan experience, because it is gonna be open from August 11th through the 16th. Go enjoy some of the exciting activities, not only PUBG Mobile and Naruto Shippuden, the amazing collab that we're doing, but also the PUBG Mobile, Spider-Man, everything cool going on there. You can earn some exclusive rewards, so make sure you check that out. But yeah, I'm with you, Naki. I mean, I'm with what you were saying in regards to OG has been able to surprise a lot of those teams. And then towards the bottom, you're seeing some teams that I thought were going to end up performing better too with extra rejects. But with this one, who's going to be your top 5? I mean, it's pretty much said, but who is actually going to be your top 5? Tell me your predictions.
I mean, there's only last match remaining. So I don't see that there are going to be a lot of changes to the top 5. But the teams on top 5, yeah. OG, definitely. 4 thrives, as we know.
I mean, you kind of have to pick them. Come on now.
And Aurora is playing really consistent. And I hope FL qualifies. They are really my best friends. And one remaining?
Yeah, one. I think, if I'm doing the math, Max, math right? One more? Yeah,
OG
one more.
Would be good, yeah. OG 40, FL, Aurora, and KRX.
Ooh.
Oh, nice one.
KRX. Okay, I thought you were going to go with a different one like Enigma Galaxy, but thank you so much for joining us. Lace, Max Benatura, myself, 7WG. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time we go into the final match of Group A. Who's going to end up winning it? Who's going to end up in the bottom 3 and get sent home? Let's send it over to none other than John Allen and Jackie.
Oh yeah, it's time to get stuck into the final map for Group A. 3 teams on the chopping block, but those initials yet to be carved. Who will be taking up that chisel and taking down their opponents? Only time will tell, and 5 teams will rise right to the top. Cream of the cream, or creme de la creme, as they say here in Paris.
Maximum way. That's what I'm expecting to see here live in Paris. It's going to get explosive, John. It's going to get enticing. And from what we've seen over the course of the day, it should all build to an absolute blistering affair here in our culminating game. Our last battleground, Miramar, once again on the cards. And you're right, that sharpened steel of the Butcher Blade is getting ready to chop. And those keys will be crushed. Barney will be there on stage, literally grinding all of these teams' efforts into a pulp.
Well, not all of the teams.
No, those teams.
Yeah,
just
three.
those teams.
Yeah, okay.
All of those teams.
You're getting ahead of yourself,
Sorry,
man.
mate. Yeah,
I know
sorry.
we've got to chuck most of them into the grinder. Only one key will eventually remain. But we've got to get there first. And we've got to do it bit by bit. It's incremental, you know. But we do get to do 15 at once over towards the final. So make sure you're going to check that one out as we take our final steps onto the plane with Group A. Miramar has never been hotter. It's time to decide who will move forwards.
Now you can see the keys around the crusher. Our team's deep in fort, getting their last minutes in before we kick this one live. Get back into the playing path and set things off. The players, the organizations, the hopes and dreams. The atmosphere is good here in Paris. You can feel it. Tension you could cut with a knife for some of these squads. And for the top end, John, as much as you're not fighting to lose your chance in the tournament, you certainly are putting your neck on the line to make sure you guarantee a chance to skip that survival stage.
Absolutely. Top 5 is so valuable here. Interesting predictions coming out from Noki back over on the desk as he found himself over the back of the chairs and immediately thrust into doing Max 7 and Neptura and Lace's job, you know. Apparently we had to draft in some outside help there, but I think 4th Rise OG, yeah, 100% I agree on that. Aurora, I think is a fairly safe bet. I feel like not including Nick the Galaxy in the top 5 was a bit of an outside chance. And then even further beyond that as outside chance, KRX being in the top 5 for him. I feel like that's maybe what he wanted to happen. Not what is probably going to happen.
I mean, that's his personal ideal top 5, right? That's his take on it. So it's fair enough, man. Exciting teams. They've certainly all given us something to rave about over the course of yesterday and today here at PMWC. Live from EWC 26. The big 26, John.
God, imagine. I remember when it wasn't 26. Just last year, actually. It was
25.
Yeah,
and the year before that, 24.
No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't 25 the year before that. Come on, don't be silly. Southwest Circle, as the plane path goes straight down the middle of this one from Partona up towards San Martin. It looks like we are going to be heading down towards that Chumacera Hills area, the Ladriera dual peak lines over on that western side. Going to be a major feature there, so transitional areas around there, highly coveted. A lot of ground on the south side is slightly treacherous. Potential to see teams rotating down through Partona, trying to get access to the west, but more than likely, we're going to see a long rotate over on the north side, coming down on that west edge, past El Pozo, to try and push themselves towards those Ladriera Hills.
With the stage set and the potential for the best and the squads at the bottom established, so you know what results we'll be looking out for on this one. We'll delve into it and get an eye line. We heard the analyst saying at times like this, you need to really invest that risk versus reward. You can't play it overly safe. You can't leave your fate in hands of other teams. That goes both ways, John. If you want to try and push into that top 5, or if you're looking to actually keep yourself in the competition, not lose those keys, we'll see if there's any forced fights. If the early game is a bit different, some of the indecision we've seen from squads, you look back, right, what we saw from TTG, moments of difference where maybe if they just committed that risk factor, could have given themselves a little bit more stock to play with. We'll see if that changes here and now.
I mean, right now for X-Force Rejects, they're sat 12 points behind RRQ. That is a big gap to make up. It's going to be very, very difficult to do that, and even further behind for the teams behind that as well. So I'm really not holding out hope. I feel like we may already have our top 13. I don't want to jinx it for RRQ, but I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying that, especially given where RRQ are on the map, down towards Miramar already, pretty much slap bang in the center of this circle. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and jump up there and change things on that front. Would require something quite special, but there are quite a few teams, I think, who could realistically jump into the top 5 here, depending on how Flash, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy do in this game. There are potentially opportunities to jump on through and see what you can get done for maybe, I mean, maybe down to 9th, but maybe even Ulf could give it a fair crack, if not Alula, which is a very outside chance. But 17 points, as we were saying, you know, the 12-point gap feels pretty dastardly to try and get past, but with the form that Alula are on right now, it might be doable. 17 points.
Yeah, they've been looking far better, been hitting some good strides, and definitely guaranteeing themselves at least more of a safety net to play with from slipping deeper down into the depths. Rising, though, and attempting to climb does kind of rely, like you say, on a few of our squads that have been those point vacuums, those absolute hoovers towards the top side, effectively just falling early, having some kind of breakdown that opens that door for an overlap for a squad to find a way in. So a lot riding on it on the individuals. A lot of small storylines in this one. We'll keep you dialed in with the narrative.
Trying to play small ball and keep yourself rolling straight down the track to the top 5 at the moment. I mean, the differentials between these teams are really quite small. I mean, even up towards OG, an 8-point difference between 2nd and 5th is very, very much surmountable. A 10-point difference from AGAL up towards Orangutan to jump up towards that top spot. So, very volatile, even at this late stage. 12 out of 12, we're at the full fraction. No more matches after this one, and it is still very much all to play for. Unless you're 4th drives, then you're pretty much guaranteed to be in already.
They've done more than enough with the plays that they've made over the course of the past 2 days, John. Looked very, very exciting to watch. It would be a real shame not to have them there, to be honest, mate. I feel like it would be a big blunder. So glad they've already proven just how hard they're willing to play here live from Paris. We've heard the arena getting absolutely ballistic time and time again when you see pop-off plays. Hell, even just from one individual, right? Falak starts to go huge. This place gets loud.
I feel like Falak does anything, this place can get loud, I think.
True.
That's, you know what? That's exactly the sort of support that has seen them into the top place right now. It's exactly the sort of support that saw them to first place back in PMGO as well. A global title spurring them on. And a second in their sights. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can do it, but it's almost certain that they're going to have a crack. Aurora, in the meantime, a lot less certain, but in a scrap with RRQ and Furia. RRQ, remember, the bubble team at the bottom, do not want to be going down early.
No, you could see that kind of kicking in, the immediate reaction when they thought, hang on, I've got a line of sight to try and take a pick here over onto them. Throws a few bullets out, but doesn't want to overcommit. Far riskier for RRQ than it is for Aurora and Furia. If they see weakness, they might attempt to dogpile on top of that and backstab towards Aurora. It's calmed down off the initial shots that were fired out. But you're still nearby. No safety yet, and that's only the one man from RRQ as well with the split they went for, so it's a lot riskier trying to keep his nose clean and out of trouble.
Ooh, a little bit of trouble finds OG, though. Taking a knock over towards themselves, and on the north side, looks like a little bit of a traffic jam between 2 of our teams towards the bottom, and our 2nd place team, OG, having a little bit of trouble here, a little bit of strife. And that's going to be another nade launched over the top. The knock not yet back up, and Swash does get flushed away. Shiva to be able to claim that one. Potential wraparound here for Rolex, but he's spotted and handled. X-Force Rejects seemingly in charge of this fight against Gaming Stars as another flush comes on through. Yusuf and Maniac trying to piece themselves back together, but boom goes the dynamite. Leaves Maniac flagging. Nothing more to be said.
That was quick. It was clean as well, and that's what you need. Good plays made. They're going to be able to shut him down and remove G-Star from the competition off the back of that, make it far more uncomfortable for them. as they now know there is nothing they can do for themselves in this situation to rise up the ranks. They're left dead last in that position, whilst Reject claim 4 points. They've got to do a whole lot more, John, but that's a brilliant start.
They've got to get a whole lot further down south as well now. For X-Force Rejects, they have to move from that northern edge all the way out the back. OG, in the meantime, did manage to get the player res, so they are rotating against a full 4 team there, as well as KRX out on their west side. This is a real gauntlet for X-Force Rejects, and if they're going to qualify, this is the sort of test that they need to prove themselves capable of passing, Jackie. So I'm happy, in a way, that they have that opportunity. I'm not so certain that they're going to be able to pass it, but I'm willing to be proved wrong, and I'm ready to be here for when it happens. RRQ are now only 4 points ahead.
Oh, KRX on the ramp over the top, hitting the show-stopping plays, but can they actually punish with the shots? Close quarters combat from Hooksy, good for one, but a right hook straight back in his face. And for Reject, it went from a nice start to a punishing position. Damage done onto 3 players for KRX though. It's just Trey left. Spams bullets onto Reverb. Starts to put them in their place, but recovering from this is going to be awkward. Both teams suffering massive losses.
Shiva not in the fight, a little bit too further afield and already locked down. That's going to be a lot of points added to RJC's total, but they are losing players left and right. Now playing on as 2, they disengage with 7 eliminations. They are getting closer and closer to RRQ as time goes by. And X-Force Rejects with a chance, but yeah, that gauntlet, like I was saying, is such a tough pass. The third party coming through, it's pretty impossible to make that one work. But KRX falling in the meantime as well. A little chime in coming through from OG, helping them out there, adding some more points to the RJC tally.
And OG keeping themselves in a very comfortable position, seeing if they can chase towards 4 thrives. See who remains at the top of the plinth come the end of today. It'll be exciting to see who our lobby leader is when it's all said and done. TTG here as well. Another team that it feels like even the potential of them really grinding from the spot they've been left in, John, is unlikely at this point.
Yeah, it's getting less and less likely for a lot of teams as time goes on. And in terms of top 5 qualification, I'm afraid that Noki will not be correct with his KRX prediction, as he's going to be down in a 9th place spot. But they're going to be seen again in the survival stage. I think I can guarantee that. I'm going to lock that one in. Zypher spots Shiva from X-Force Rejects, and that is going to be a quick flush. Their run may just have been drawn short on the north side, and RRQ, all they need to do is hold their nerve, stay alive, keep things together, and defend their patch slap bang in the middle, although it's got a lot less central now with a hard east shift.
Zone crunching in. Goat already in position. Gike making the move up as well. Alula, Furia, really just the dribs and drabs that remain for Reject over that side as well, with OG potentially in a position to find them on their late pathing in. An Enigma side that looked very talented into the previous matchup off the back of the skillful plays we saw from Lord on the elevated angle towards the mountaintop. Seeing what more they'll get from this. That's the park up from Devil. I mean, there is potential for it, John. RRQ have been attempting to avoid fights up to this point. There's been a couple of opportunities where teams have whizzed near. They haven't risked it, which still means there's a chance. But if Reject can do much, maybe there's an opportunity. It's only a solo, though, so we're looking for a big finish on it with some more elims. It will not be an easy feat and requires RRQ to be shut down by a different team.
And I feel like RRQ's position is just so strong here. It's such a difficult position to try and get up on towards against a full 4 squad. If they're reactive and fast enough to respond to threats as they come their way, that is the major downside for RRQ, right? You have to play it fairly split in this location. And it looks like they are going to be, I mean, they're spiking out. They are making themselves known, which I think is the right play. Force teams around them to fight against each other as they try and ascend towards it. This is what you need for RRQ. Keep that suppressive pressure, just moving teams away from you. You do not want to give them the idea that, hey, you're a weak fight. But maybe Furia have found their opening. There is AGAL behind them that can make it harder, Jackie, but I feel like Furia, we know how hardy this team is. We know that they've got some real staying power. The question is, can they get up the side of this cliff?
A similar situation once again for Furia then. They've had plot armor in the previous game, but this one might be harder for them. Shots on target towards Liu, so AGAL start to back up. Look to close the distance between their split and play off each other. You've got good cover at least by pushing so far towards the ridge side, so you can't take shots from the top of RRQ. But fighting towards them, like you say, is another story.
It does allow RRQ a little bit more flexibility, I'd say, if you're confident that Fury is not going to push up that cliff, not going to go further in and try and loop around the cliff. You've got some more latitude to send your players to other angles, but there's plenty of angles to try and deal with as Alula charge on in and take on AGAL and take a huge bite out of their player count, down to 2 now, and that bubble just got a little bit safer. And 78 points for AGAL, Team Flash still 2 points ahead on 80.
Yeah, this is really rough for them, John. If they were looking at the idea of having another game where they could really ramp up those points and push themselves into a good spot, you're down to half your chance now with only 2 of the 4 players alive. They were attacked from the side by GOAT as well. And although Furia was safe from the gaze from that top side view of RRQ, it's the roam in from Aurora that's closed the gap to allow them to get shots onto them. Made it more uncomfortable. Got that initial pick over.
Enigma getting stuck in on that western flank. They are kind of outside in the cold right now, behind 4 Thrives, but getting a pick onto the open is good, but they've lost Coops on the back line, and he's all the way out in the blue, Jackie. I don't think that they're going to be able to get him back up there. Devil is keeping him company. Zypher in a real sticky spot, so it looks like that trade will be evened up. So 2 of our top 5 teams taking 1 player out from either side, and it is Devil who picks up the point there. Adds them up to 44 and a little bit closer to RRQ. So now you're still not worried.
That feels like a little, a little subtext storyline. We'll keep our eyes on it. It's not super likely with how it's going.
Okay.
But worth being aware of. I mean, he's still on the move, still alive for now.
Yeah, but the zone's coming to get him. He made a deal with himself to be able to get away with that one. I mean, RRQ with the assist from the high ground, suppressing the angle from Enigma Galaxy that was completely had him dead to rights. But where does he go here? He's got to go up, he's got to go around into OG, in towards RRQ. And there's not really a good choice here. It is stage 4, so the zone is quite survivable. So yeah, okay, go for a long wrap. That probably makes more sense on it. Drops that adrenaline in as well, maxing out the stims, get as much healing as he can get.
We'll see how that pathing goes for him once he gets himself back into the zone, sustaining a decent amount of damage, but he had a few meds to try and buffer it out. Not easy though, not comfortable. 4 Thrives with IQ getting line of sight again to re-engage, so a bit of pressure applied from them. And RRQ still sitting where they hunkered down so long ago, waiting for a team to attempt to force the fight. GK with a connection in the rear. Fun to talk, seeing all of this commotion around them as well. As Enigma Galaxy move up towards Alula. That's top taken down by IQ, and Falak getting stuck in as Aurora are suffering casualties.
This is dangerous for Aurora. They're not safe, not in its entirety. Enigma Galaxy a little bit better on the points tables, but going this low, trying to just wend your way on through. Seems like they successfully shack themselves up there. Get 2 of their players across as we hop on board with Alula. A lot of damage done towards GOAT team, and this was a team that was looking good for the top 5 not too long ago, but now their dreams are being dashed at the feet of Alula.
Alula, they formed a fist and they are punching through the defense of GOAT. Moxie takes a heavy blow down on his last legs as the team gets removed from the equation. Goodbye GOAT. Alula coming alive as they begin to punish Enigma Galaxy. Absolutely collapsed on once again as well. Fragmenting the squad. 5 elims here, John.
keeping up that pace. Alula have changed something. There is a different team right now playing for them, but losing one, taking a knock to the play zone as well, that's going to slow you down no matter who you are. Playing on us too. I have to see what they can find. It is just too far away to hope for the bubble right now. And Aurora may be breathing a little sigh of relief here with AGL getting cut down to 2 with only one of their players alive. This is not the situation you want to be in for Aurora. You definitely want to be putting a little bit more distance between you and that bubble, because 4 points is not enough to feel safe, especially when you think about teams that have the potential to get into this late game, like Furia, who are a little bit further behind, but definitely within striking distance.
Enigma Galaxy go down to a combination of Aurora and 4 Thrives. Removed from the equation as our top team scrap amongst each other. RRQ finally play their card, but it's versus OG, and they come in full aggro. Good shots with the AUG, damage on target. Attempting to reposition RRQ down to 2 players. That's 1 cleanup as the shots hit onto WizGod, and they are able to repel the initial assault. Aru behind the steering wheel looks to create space and get away. Play on as a solo.
That could have been the opportunity there. If RRQ had fumbled the roll-up, it could have been the chance for Devil to make his way on in, because he's completed that wraparound that we saw him go out wide for and is now pushing him from Chumasera. Could have survived a lot longer. Looked to get a point or 2 on Elims, get some placements coming through, but now the gap is 6 points, and it makes it all that much harder.
And in the conversation of who'd be on top come the end of the day, it's 4 Thrives that are once again getting the crowd hyped up with the plays. 4 Elims in the back pocket, always showing up in the Elim feed as the arena here at the Qiddiya City grid starts to roar. And Devil did make it in, like you say. RRQ found 2 picks onto OG though, and they're looking for the full flash back over. Aru's got something to say about it. Good for a clash up close. They're trying to force him out of the building and do so. Orangutan out of the running now as they'll be left in second.
And RRQ, another point added to their tally, pushing themselves further and further away. Not too long from now, it could be the Geekay are up on the chopping block before Thrives. The next challenge over towards RRQ. A nade from Lapar. This is the star player that the desk was talking about, bringing him up as a real clutch potential. Let's see if he's got a little bit more left to give in match 12 of 12. As 4 Thrives currently playing a 2-1 split with Falak, T24 on that western side, IQ much further inland. The back off comes through, and RRQ don't want anything more to do with that high ground, certainly not at the moment.
AGAL finally falls to Furia. And TTG trapped down in the ditch with nades being dashed towards them. T24 throwing them in on target. His eyes lighting up with the idea of a prospect of 4 more points for our top lobby team right now. And as the zone eats through them, they are finding success with ease.
Oh, T24 though stays a little bit too long. There is a response finally from Thunder Talk. AJ manages to thread that one through. Fury are getting picked apart in the meantime on the south side as Alola keep chowing down with their 2 players alive. The rest comes through. Falak wants to suppress the rotate, but Thunder Talk have already lost 1 forwards. This is a wild charge from Falak. He is so overexposed on the hilltop. I'm surprised he didn't go down before. And RRQ are going to chime in. So is Doc from Aurora. Putting them back in their place. They may have broken the sentry, but you cannot get a little bit too ahead of yourself there. Either way, they've done enough. They will be top spot by the end.
10 Elims and 1 representative of the squad still alive and kicking its IQ that was down towards the low ground, so he's safe. Doc watching that angle, like you say, they just hard commit, wanting to get the extra points and prove that they can bully this lobby. Doc lines them up and knocks them down. That solo representative of Aurora at least guaranteeing some extra boon for the squad. Devil still alive in the back of the vehicle as well. He's pathing around. I mean, Flash have been so quiet for so long, but thankfully for them, John, the other squads that were close to potentially forcing them out of that 5th place are already gone. They've already left this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and safe for them to feel like there's really not much to challenge them. as Alula also bite the dust. But they've done enough to see themselves into that survival stage. It's likely that the tables have started to solidify. The only moving part here is Devil, and he is caught between a rock, another rock, and several hard places. It is a tough approach from this north side, and it needs RRQ to start going down because the placements are already at 2, which means that even just surviving is not going to be enough for him. And he goes down there. That will be our bottom 3. Locked in, Jackie. X-Force Rejects joins Thunder Talk and Gaming Stars taking the tumble down. So it's all up to the points now. Who's going to finish and where is it going to be?
Those keys now guaranteed to be crushed, but the dreams live on for an RRQ side that fought for their right to survive here. Another blow back over to Aurora as Doc is shut down. And they're looking for even more. Eyes honed in towards the setup from the 2-2 split of GK. Our final decision comes down to who takes the chicken dinner then between these 4 remaining squads.
GK with this most central position, Flash with the high ground. As you said before, been fairly quiet over the course of this match so far, but they are starting to extend their influence now. GK in the more central spot, as I said before, but they're much more limited in terms of their maneuverability, in terms of their flexibility. It's a question of if they can force the other teams around them to fight with each other, or in the other instance, allow a team to just get straight up close to you. Now with Team Flash within nading range, it's going to get so much more hard for GK to hold off this location.
And Flash, after paying passive for so long, know that they can take risks now. So they look to advance down onto GK. Good first nade connection to blow one of the squad mates away. Present an opportunity to punish off the back of it, but RRQ with a third-party snipe from distance, starting to steal those points and increase the pressure that's mounting on Flash's shoulders.
Secure in their 5th place, but they'd like to go further to try and join on the point scoring, a little bit higher up on the tables. 4 Thrives, OG, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, these 4 teams pretty much, they have made it into those grand finals directly. Flash will be joining them as well. It's really, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not possible at this stage for Ulf to catch up. I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby to make up the difference, especially when you consider that Flash will also be getting placement points for a minimum of 4th place and whatever else they're able to purloin from the rest of this lobby.
Just about the showmanship at this point, giving themselves some extra confidence going into the following games, knowing you've got the comfortable nature of skipping that stage and coming back in to play your best. GK inside of the split as they're set up, waiting for the advance to come in from Flash.
On that northern side, they've got that line up. They're allowing the teams to their south on the low ground to figure out how they want to try and manipulate this one as the nades keep rolling down the hill towards GK, making their life very troublesome. Yeah, Ragnarok out in the open is not going to last. You can't really step out for it. And they add another point. Racking up those elims, finding another knock over towards Kevin. And this might be the final dispatch for GK, who will sit right on top of that bubble. A lovely nade posted on through, stops them dead in their tracks. But the 12th place there is going to be locked in. RRQ will be jumping over them with the placement points that they have earned, leaving GK on that bubble, but nevertheless still in survival stages, which is more than could be said for the 3 teams beneath them.
Their keys will remain. And RRQ just proving that they've still got more to show over the course of the competition then. Something that might give them an extra air, an extra reset, some wind under their sails once they get into that survival stage with the pathway they've guaranteed themselves.
Team Flash playing this one by the book. RRQ and Ulf both pushed up to these ridge lines that they have to breach through quickly and open up exposed angles against them. Flash need to be in position, ready to go for the shots, but it looks like they're more preoccupied over towards RRQ's position. And maybe rightly so, because they do find Genfos, but Ulf in the meantime have gotten up close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. The shots can start to ring through, but Posey doesn't have an angle on towards it, as Genfos still bleeding out, but the nades now can come on in. Zeus is in danger, so's Tops. And there's the approach coming through from Ketch and Calci off on the other angle. Eren and Scarface playing off one another beautifully. Genfos does get flushed away, and Lapar now the last to stand for RRQ, but Ulf have managed to turn this one topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they've really thrown a spanner in the works here, and they jump back behind the steering wheel to keep more pressure on Flash. Calci with a Molotov thrown in as well, giving them a little bit of space to play off on this one. Distance firefight RRQ. Third-partying onto it with a good angle to try and punish onto Flash. Got to tuck in behind the vehicle.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's right up in their face, John. Taking it to them.
The wolves at the door, and they will echo with the sound of a shotgun shell, and now it's Lapar. He is in a 1-versus-1 technically. He's got a little bit of time here. Has Calci to deal with on the low ground. He finds it, and now there's only one more player up top for him to deal with, but the vehicle, the death departing explosion there puts the final nail in. Lapar looking pretty good, but it is Ulf to find the chicken dinner and a place in the survival stage.
You see the excitement, the celebration, in the faces of defeat for some of our squads. They fought as hard as they could. For some, the journey ends. For others, it's just beginning with a battle for survival in our following stage. But for the lucky few, John, that were able to write history for themselves, they've guaranteed that opportunity to go directly through to the finals. In the space of 2 days, the competition has reached an enticing pitch already.
What a treat Group A has been. Group B, I'm hoping, is going to be similarly high octane. That would be fantastic. We've got 2 days of survival beyond that as well, where we'll see the returning middle cadre of teams that played in both of those groups as well, joining once again for another shot at those grand finals. And I think that there has certainly been some phenomenal turns of events here. Four Thrives have proved themselves to be deserving of that top spot as well. From that PMGO season, people still sometimes had questions. Not me, never me, but some people certainly questioned, are they a mainstay team? Can they keep it going? The answer in this group, a resounding yes against some of the strongest teams in the world.
They've had such resilience, such beautiful individual skill as well with the plays we've seen from the entire roster, passing the baton at multiple times to guarantee themselves more and more inside of these battlegrounds. And I'm very glad that we'll get to see more from them. It's unfortunate we'll have to say goodbye to some of our teams, John, but the ones that go on to survival stage, they've earned that spot.
Absolutely. A big benefit of being in the top 5 as well is that you can really focus on analysis, on really practicing, on getting those strategies ingrained onto your team, as well as researching the other teams more through survival stage, whilst being able to keep your playbook a little bit more hidden. So for Orangutan, I am thrilled that they've been able to get up and into second place. A brilliant result for this roster that hasn't had as much international experience as a lot of the players down on the stage here. Phenomenal stuff. We're going to head down to the stage to make sure that we're locking in everything that needs to be done. Barney, what do you got?
Welcome back to the main stage. Of course, taking the top spot in groups from Group A is 4 Thrives, baby. What an amazing performance. The crowd are behind you. That's got to feel good. Now, IQ, let's talk a little bit about stepping into these 2 group stage days and dominating. How does that feel?
To be honest, we are not really proud of our performance because we missed a lot of chickens and we will improve in finals, inshallah.
Wow, okay. I mean, still placing in the top spot, but still things to improve on. I like that. Now, Falak, the expectations for you guys is pretty high, okay? Coming off the back of a PMGO victory, and now here, you guys must feel like you're in a really good position to take top spot. Did you exceed your expectations by placing first in group stage, or was this the plan the whole time?
I mean, it's amazing to finish #1 in group stages as well, but the main goal is finals, and our goal is to finish #1 in the finals. so we can win back-to-back championships and make our name in history.
I mean, speaking of making a name in history, the PMJO win, if you manage to secure the win at PMWC and then in your home country, PMJO, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it, IQ?
Yeah, of course.
Of course it would be pretty good. All right, guys, we have something special to do, which I'm pretty sure you know. Follow me. We're going to go over to the Crusher. Now, as first place finishers, right here at the group stage for your group, you get to do the fun part. Now, I would like you to come and stand up here, all four of you, please, behind the awesome Crusher. Now, before we get into the meat of this, can I get you guys to budge around? Budge around a little bit. Budge around, move around, move around, move around. Now, before we get into the meat of this, we've got to say our commiserations, of course, but 3 teams underperformed here. And it's brutal, but it's fair. Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and of course X-Force Rejects will be eliminated from the competition. Is there anything that you would like to say to them before you crush their keys?
Sorry guys for crushing your keys, and bye-bye.
Ah, sorry guys, and goodbye. All right, IQ, can you please press this button and that will turn on the Crusher and reveal the teeth? Here we go, look at that. See you later, Gaming Stars. Okay, would you like to pull on this lever, crush the remaining keys, and send them into the elimination zone? 3, 2, 1, see you later. Was that satisfying?
Yeah, that's too much.
Too satisfying. Well, you might get to do it in the final with 15 keys. That's the plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan. All right, Four Thrives, congratulations in placing first in Group A. We've got so much more PMWC action coming your way over the next few days. You can hear the crowd going nuts for Four Thrives. That's what we like to see here at PMWC. But for now, let's head back to the studio so that they can talk about everything that happened over the last 2 days of groups.
It's a sight that we're getting used to seeing. Four Thrives just dominating in, honestly, not being happy with their performance, Lace. That's insane.
That's crazy because they're the only team to hit triple digits, 107 points. 80 of those guys were actually eliminations. They had 0 chicken dinners. They had about 27 placement points, so that is about like a 2.25 average placement. So most of this was made up by pure firepower.
Yep.
But of course, they don't think that's good enough. And look, that's okay. They want to add the wins to that valiant effort as well.
Especially because we're going to have Smash Rule.
Especially you want to make sure you can actually get those chicken dinners.
But Max,
you know they didn't do it in PMJO Season 1.
One thing we shall not forget. Yeah, congratulations, Four Thrives. You're able to get that first place here for Group A. But this is the first time in a long time that we're going to have an India team at a global final.
So I want to take you guys back to the PMWL 2020 Eastern Region. Orange Rock, TSM entity, they made it to the finals and actually did really good back in that event. But now it has been 5 years, 11 months, and 29 days, and that streak has now ended as Orangutan make it to your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals.
And a great performance from that squad, if we're being completely honest. The way that they were able to perform yesterday was impressive in the way that they started off so slow and they were able to become aggressive. This is what we've been wanting to see out of the Indian teams, to match the aggressiveness that the global lobby is currently showcasing. They were able to do that, and they were consistent as well today. WizGod was able to actually get a lot of placement points for that squad in 2 matches.
He really was. It was so exciting to see. And you know what's even crazier, is that Orangutan, out of the 2 Indian teams that we have here, we have Godlike coming up in Group B. Orangutan is the more passive of the 2. Now let's just take a moment and let that sink in. Orangutan are the most passive of the 2 Indian teams here. They're in second place. They've been going all over the place. They've been controlling the lobby. What is it going to happen with Group B? I'm scared for everybody else now.
I mean, I was scared after they got their first chicken dinner on Game 6 of day 1. I was like, okay, we need to see a continuation. I was not expecting a back-to-back win. Okay, that was pushing it to the absolute limit. So they're confident. I hope they can bring that confidence into the next stage, which is going to be the Grand Finals. Very exciting. So Aru and the boys keep it going.
Yeah, they're definitely going to keep it going as we're going to be seeing the top 5. There you have it. Four Thrives, Orangutan, Aurora Gaming, Team Flash, and Enigma Galaxy. Woo! I'm happy to see that team go back to the finals. And another team that I actually have to give major props to has to be Aurora Gaming. This looks like the squad that we usually expect, Nectura.
It is. I was just thinking that. It's like, oh, finally, they're not just sneaking their way into the top 5 just by the skin of their teeth. Finally, we have a team that has presence here throughout the 2 days. Maybe a little less yesterday, but look, very even across the board. 30 points, 60 elimination points to make that 90-point total. So I'm really, really happy with this. It gives me a little bit of help for those finals.
Yeah, and a bit of a heartbreak too if we're looking at 6th place, Slays, because all of Esports, they were expected to go directly to the finals. It doesn't end up happening.
And sometimes expectations really do weigh down on you, and this team, you know, has everything that it takes to be in those top 5. But of course, they just didn't really make those kind of macro decisions when it was necessary. So we did see them sort of fall off, and that brings through teams like Team Flash, who, like I say, throwing stuff at the wall, making it stick, but they adapted, they pushed through, and Ulf just kind of lost that momentum throughout there. Even Team GOAT, we could say the same type of thing, expecting massive things from them as well. I mean, still a valiant effort, definitely, but these teams, it is surprising.
Yeah, I mean, looking also on the first page for a quick second, we had 80 eliminations from 4 Thrives. They had 20 more eliminations than the second place at the squad in terms of eliminations, which is Aurora. Absolute raw domination from these guys. Though on the second page, heartbreak has been created for some of these squads. X-Force Reject, Thunder Talk Gaming, Gaming Stars. That is the end of their adventure.
Can I just take you on a little bit of an emotional journey for
Let me get ready.
Rejects, guys?
Take us on it.
Now, I was watching Devil's little health bar surviving for so incredibly long in that last match. This was after they just obliterated Gaming Star. They set a trap on KRX, and the Shiva was able to escape, got picked off by 4 Thrives, and Devil's just traveling around in the vehicle trying to hold on for dear life, but obviously couldn't cement themselves and put themselves in that position. They were able to get 8 eliminations, and they just had to hold up for a little bit more placement, and they could have overtaken RRQ. But of course, that's not how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah,
that was such a sad story.
I know.
It's not how the cookie crumbled for some of these teams. We saw that squads that are also going to be going to Survival Max. Besides Ulf, which team are you surprised by that is actually going to be going to Survival?
I mean, Ulf, of course, as you said, but Furia. Like, sorry, the opening day was just not there, but it's fine because you guess what? We got the Survival stage, and I think that this is a team that, despite being very aggressive, don't have a massive ego. I think they're willing to reconsider how they approach PMWC. They took a massive L here multiple times this year, right? Not able to really quite make it to second or first place. We had PMGO Season 1, we had PMMI, the Macau Invitational, but you know what? I think here, Niptura, they're going to come back swinging with a vengeance in that Survival stage.
Oh, absolutely. We definitely saw some really cool stuff coming in from them today, just a little bit
too
late. Yeah, so maybe Survival stage, they'll just start that same track from the beginning and we'll have a much better result for them. Yeah, I think there's a couple of teams that we could really talk about because there was some definite surprises here.
Which other team surprised you?
For me, KRX. They were top 5 at the end of yesterday, and they just were non-existent. We could see them trying. There was, a few eliminations over onto the edge there, different sides of the mid-game into the late game. They were trying to do something, but they just kept getting caught out. I think they were just too hesitant. They weren't confident enough, and that really ended up messing with them. So for me, definitely going to the Survival stage, again, same as Furia, they need to just start that from the beginning.
Another big upset, actually, I want to bring up before we wrap it up on the desk here, is actually GOAT team, right? They were so high up on the...
They were second place.
They were in second place, but not only that, they had 2 chicken dinners. You are part of the few teams that didn't qualify, and you have 2 chicken dinners under your belt. GOAT team, we know this team has a lot of potential coming out of the EECA region, but here, you got to go back to the drawing board because this was just not enough to make it out of the group of death.
And one of the main concerns that we had for that squad was what were their matches going to be looking like when they didn't end up getting those wins? Well, we ended up getting the result for that, and now we're looking at the daily MVP, which is just such a big, take this, because you're not going directly to the finals, and it's none other than Aaron, Max.
Oh, why you got to throw that to me? I like Aaron. He's really good. Well, I feel bad for him, but you know what? Aaron, you're really good. You proved it once again. You've got to come back stronger in the Survival stage, which that one's going to be stacked because all the teams that also failed in Group B are going to be there, so everyone is going to be aiming for that heavily contested top 6.
That's going to be the main one, and here at Group A, we have talked about it multiple times. It did seem a little bit more passive than what we're expected to at a global event. I feel like with Group B coming tomorrow, make sure you guys tune in because Group B, I got a feeling, Lace, it's going to be a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, there's going to be a few teams that obviously we've seen, other teams in their region perform incredibly well. And now we're going to have teams that beat them in their original region come to play in this lobby. So it will be incredibly spicy.
It will be spicy. Who's going to end up joining the squads that are now in the finals? Who will end up going to survival? And then we'll figure it out in Sunday. Who's going to get those skis crushed? Coops, man. Once again, we got to give this man some extra props. I feel like that is such a big difference for the squad of Enigma Galaxy, and you can see it because he's just able to secure points that they're usually not able to with their sub 8-0.
Yes, I mean, when you look at the overall strategy from Enigma Galaxy, I would say it's the same to what we saw from them back in PMI, back in PMGO Season 1, right? Going for those 2-2 splits, that's something they've done before. But Coops enables those players to just level up to the next level and actually work on a global level. So right now, I would say Coops is like the main reason why they've been doing so well in this group. And going into the finals, Enigma Galaxy, if they maintain what they've done so far, a Mina win, that could be in the cards.
Ooh, a Mina win, maybe a top 3 as well. You got to think about, we're talking so much about Coops, but we want to see Satan, Lord, step it up as well.
We do. I mean, we did see Lord in that one Miramar game coming clutch, but, he kind of had the high ground, which really did help him out a little bit there. But yeah, Satan as well. We really want to be able to, go, where is he? What's he doing? There he is. As we look at the top 5 players, and it is going to be Falak with the #1 spot, 25 eliminations, 5,000 damage. Hello.
You got 3 players or 4 thrives on the top 5 players, by the way.
Excuse me.
And talking about that, I want you to look at number 5 because T24 was not happy with his performance earlier, especially from day 1. And he looked at me at the beginning of the day and he said, 7, today I'm going to show up. And boy, did he end up showing up.
I have so many kudos to give T24. I don't know where he is
gone.
now. I think he's gone. Aw. But T24, this guy has been so amazing today. I've really watched him step up. I've watched him throughout the years. I used to coach the guy. He got us to PMGC in 2023. I'm so proud of what he's been able to do here with this team. It's really, really good. And to just see him be able to pop off the way he has as a fragger, as that support player as well, has been really, really great to see. So big kudos to him.
As Blank says, T24 shuts the door.
He does.
Not only shuts the door, shuts the little box of loot on the other enemies and sends them back to the lobby. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, this does end up concluding Group A. It is none other than Lace, Maxman, Neptura, and the 7WG. Don't forget that tomorrow is going to be the start of Group B for PMWC at EWC 26. Tune in. We might get more surprises.
That was payback.
ရှင်ခေါင်းတုံးမှုနဲ့အတူဒီနေရာမှာသုံးရတဲ့ Methodist ရဲ့ strategy တော်တော်လှပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့တစ်ဖက်ကလည်း tower damage အကူအညီတွေနဲ့ပြန်ပြီးတော့အရင်ဒီနော်ဒီဘိုရဲ့ flicker tectonic chat တွေဆိုရဲနောက်မှာနောက်ကလည်းချက်ချင်း Fury the Phoenix ကျဲပေမဲ့ damage ပေးဖို့အတွက်ကကြတော့ leader အနေနဲ့လည်းချက်ချင်းအကုန်လုံးပြစ်ဖို့ကမလွယ်နေဘူးဗျအဲ့တော့ဘာပဲနေကျွန်တော်ဒီနေရာမှာတော့ဒါ Maxi လည်းပြန်ကျသွားတယ် Juno နဲ့ trade လိုက်ရတဲ့အခြေအနေမှာကျွန်တော်တေချာကြည့်ရမယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင် Black Dawn အနေနဲ့သူတို့ Mega အောင်ထပ်မပေးရဘဲနဲ့ဒါပြန်ပြီး defense ပြသွားတယ်လို့ပြောလို့ရတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်တော်တော်လေးတော့ဒါအဆင်ပြေသွားတယ်လို့ပြောလို့ရတယ်ပြီးတော့ဒါသူတို့ရဲ့ Miramar Fury the Phoenix ကအဲ့ back line ကိုဝင်တယ်ရဘူးမှမရှိဖြစ်သွားတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့တကူကလည်း Juno ကပြေးထိန်ထားလို့ဗျ Juno ရှိမှသွားပြီးနေနေတဲ့အတွက်တုံးနောက် back line ကိုကျိုးလို့မရဖြစ်သွားတာဆိုတော့ဒီမှာတော့ Alida Sky Mirror ဆို effort 20လောက်တော့ရရှိထားတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့လေကင်းလေးအောင်နေဆိုတော့သူက divine clip တွေပြီးတော့ဒီ holy crystal တွေပိုင်းနဲ့ဆိုတော့ damage up ကတော့ပေါက်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ပါတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ဟေးပေါက်တယ်တကယ်ပေါက်တယ်ကြားထဲမှာတော့တဲပြီးတော့ပဲ oh my god black ကြီးပါပြတ်သွားတာဗျ sam cut တွေပါပြန်ဖြည့်ခွင့်တော့မရ flicker လေးတော့မသုံးရဘူးဆိုတော့ဒါလည်းဘေးမှာလည်း back cut အနေနဲ့ Nico တို့ဘာလို့ပါထက်ရောက်လာတာကြောင့်လည်းပါတယ်ပေါ့နော် damage ကတော့တော်တော်လေးတကယ်ကိုပေါ့ရောက်ရှိနေနေ 4v5 black မရှိတဲ့အခြေအနေတခုမှတခါလဲဂျန်နဲ့ mega tower တွေကို lot timing လဲလူသေးတာဆိုတော့တခါလဲ force တော့မှာဗျ migration နဲ့ down wide ဆိုတော့ဝင်လို့တော့ရလောက်ပြီဆိုတော့ game ဒီနားမှာလည်းနောက်ထပ် game flat အခြေအနေလေးတော့စောင့်ကြည့်နေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ခရစ်ရှင်တို့သွားကောင်းနေတာဒါပေမဲ့ပြီးတော့ရိုင်းဝင်လုံးလို့မရဘူးဆိုတော့လေရိုးကိုလည်းသွားမိထားလို့မရဘူးသူရဲ့ violet dance မှာပါပြီးတော့ချိန်ခဏလေးအတွင်းမှာနေဒါပျောက်သွားနေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အောက်ပို့ပေးနိုင်နေဗျဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့တော့ရိုးအနေနဲ့ကလည်းဒါဘာပဲနေနေ ODAP ဖြစ်နေတဲ့နောက်မှာသူရဲ့ဒါဒီဘာပဲပြော damage area လေတော်တော်လေးတော့နော်ကျေဆိုတော့ high ground defenses တွေဘာတွေမှာကောင်းကောင်းကြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြန်ပြီးတော့လေ damage ပေးလို့ရတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့သူတို့ဒီတော့ပဲဆောင်းမရလိမ့်မယ် Medicineဒါသူတို့အနေနဲ့ကလည်းပွဲကစားချိန်15မိနစ်နောက်ပိုင်းနေပါတယ်ရောက်လာပြီဆိုတော့လေဂိမ်းတိုင်းမင်းရလေတာလေးကလည်းခုချိန်တီးကိုတကယ်ဒူဝေးတာပဲခံနေတာ undef မရရဘူးမပြစ်ဘူးအသေးတော့မခံဘူးဆိုတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးနဲ့ပဲသူ့ရဲ့အချိန်တစ်ခုကိုဒါပြန်ဆောင်ဆိုင်နေတဲ့အနေထားပါပဲဗျဆိုတော့အခြေအနေကတော့ကောင်းပါတယ်ကဲလော်လီကတော့စတော့ပေါ်လာပြီဒီ log ကိုတော့ Blackthorn ပေးလို့တော့မဖြစ်ဘူးဗျဆိုတော့ပေးလိုက်ရင် Methodist ရဲ့ pressure ပေးတာကြီးတော်တော်လေးခံရပြီပြောရဆိုရင်အေး front line ခေါင်းတိုးပါမယ်ဆိုတဲ့ Juno သွေးရန်ကားပြီးတော့ပြန်တော့ဖတ်လိုက်ရပါဘူးအဲ့ဒီလုံးဝနော်ကင်မီရဲ့အလီတာရဲ့ post pin အဲ့လိုမျိုးကွန်ဘိုလေးနဲ့နေပဲတော်တော်လေးကိုစိတ်နေတာဘလို့မှကျွန်တော်တို့ damage ကမခံနိုင်ခုနကဆိုလို့ရှိရင်လည်းဒီ black ဆိုတော်တော်လေးနာတန်းပြီးတော့ပြတ်တာ Juno ကလည်းတော်တော်လေးကိုနာကျင်နေတယ်ဆိုတဲ့အခြေအနေတစ်ခုပါအဲ့တော့ဒီအလီတာဒီတော်တော်လေး damage များနေတဲ့အနေထားအောက်မှာလည်း Fury the Phoenix ထပ်ပြီးတော့ညက်နေတဲ့ Juno ဒါကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော် lock ပတ်တယ်မဆိုင်ခင်မှာ Messi ရရှိသွားခဲ့ပြီဗျဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့နောက်မှာတော့ရှောင်းရံတစ်ခါလေးပဲကျွန်တော် crown နဲ့ခဲတယ်ရှောင်းရံပြီးမှလို့ game မှာ